With surgical precision, one cut is often enough.
Sink your toxic fangs deep. I'm dying.
think I can just sneak past.
Too slowly to sustain me.
That ought to hurt! Who is that joker leading those orcs? Damn dreamers.
We're Amphibious and Junius. Didn't they hear the fight?
Taken before his time. Far before his time. Taken before his time. Far before his time.
Back on my feet again.
and I'll handle this threat for all our sake.
What's all this ruckus? Sounded worse than a dozen tomcats fighting over the world's last mackerel. Ah, but I see we've suffered another orc landing. And judging by the relative ease with which it was dispatched, I can only come to one conclusion. You're as welcome as a glass of cooled milk on a hot day, my friend. I'm Ahu, at your service. It was I who requested your presence in this troubled city. So you were, and so you weren't. Behold! There we are. Meet my other half, Hunter. Ha ha! No need to look so flabbergasted. I may be a wizard rife with tricks and guile, but I assure you my plea is an earnest one. So, now that the cat is out of the bag, let us turn to the matter of Councillor Jake's murder. It's hard to put my finger on it, but I can feel in my very whiskers that sorcery was at play. Visit the scene of the crime, and I'd bet sardines for salad you'll say the same. Captain Aureus, though, the local commander of the Legion, insists I'm seeing ghosts. I insist he's blind to all but the undead. Jake was murdered in a downstairs room of the King Crab Inn, up in Sicil proper. The Legion keeps it under lock and key, though, so you'll need Aureus's permission should you want to have a peek. So there are, or rather, there is. Popular opinion has it his wife did the deed, but to be frank, I have my doubts. She seems a likely candidate, to be sure, but that would make her a sorceress. Esmeralda knows how to charm, yes, but I just don't see her magic extend beyond a frolicsome look and wink. Still, don't simply take my word for it, Hunter. It may be well worth your while to cross-examine her yourself. The Legion has her under guard in her shop near the town square. That's where you'll find poor Jake's widow. A human, you say? Truly? But that would be like a kitten leading a wolf pack. And yet, I have heard rumors about a sect of sorts, a shadowy set of worshippers that associate even with orcs. Some say they're sorcerers, but people will say that about anyone who behaves a bit strangely nowadays. I don't quite know what to make of this news, but thank you for informing me. It'd be foolish to dismiss such a curious event out of hand. Ah, the undead. They've been clawing their way out of the ground for 2 years now. And for 2 years the stalemate between them and the living has been dragging on at a weary pace indeed. The Legion did a good job keeping them at bay, but I think it's fair to say that without my magic-infused ballistae, they'd have gotten the better of us by now. Someone is responsible for the outbreak. Necromancers are at work, but who are they and where do they hide? Alas, that searching for them is like searching for a single louse in a lion's mane. Unfortunately, that is absolutely correct. The Orc siege is yet another hairball stuck in this city's already choking throat, and it shows no signs of abating. We've cordoned off the western beach where most Orc activity has been reported. For the 9 lives of me, I can't seem to figure what they're doing here. There's nothing of interest along the... except for a set of caves with an unfavorable reputation. Maybe they're after some pirate's treasure, the fools. Oh, but that's not a trick. It's a blessing. Or does it surprise you that I enjoy taking a feline guise? Such magic is a gift, Hunter. To tread upon the realm of instinct. Even articulate speech, perhaps humanity's greatest asset, cannot give expression to something so inextricably innate. To be out in the night, to stalk on silent paws and hunt with only the moon as your witness. You couldn't possibly imagine the thrill. But of course, it's handy to speak in more than meows. And I couldn't brew potions or make machines without opposable thumbs. This I freely admit. Let's just say I have found a way to enjoy the best of two worlds.
Avert your gaze, and I'll handle this threat for all our sakes.
She wouldn't hurt a fly, and I won't let you pack a horn on her head.
Bringing your little orchid girlfriend here is like bringing a wolf to a hen house.
Nonsense. Listen. She's purring, darling.
What fool would trust a two-bit love potion out of a back-page circular from youthful gore?
Too very deep. Not even a skeptic like you can deny that she loves me.
An orc in love? Ha! When this little charm fades, she'll liberate the flesh from our faces.
Come now. Enough doom and gloom. Cast the gaze and sing it upon my fair, silent face.
Avert your gaze, and I'll handle this threat for all our sakes.
She wouldn't hurt a fly, and I won't let you pack a horn on her head.
I'm glad we've met, Source Hunter. And I'm certain we have a lot more to talk about. Once you're there, just take the stairs. But do pay a visit to Aureus first. He may bark like a beagle with its tail stuck in the door, but you won't get very far in your investigation without speaking to the de facto leader of Sicil. And with that, I bid you adieu, Hunter. Adieu and good luck. May your enemies prove to be mere mice, and you the dauntless mouser.
Sorcery, sex, undead, orcs. Looks like we have our work cut out for us.
At least we won't be bored. How about we go see that Aureus chap Arhu mentioned?
Avert your gaze, and I'll handle this threat for all our sakes. Bringing your little orchid girlfriend here is like bringing a wolf to her.
We need more help or she's lost! Come on, man! Put your backs into it! We're gonna need more than a few buckets to save her.
From drizzle to
Are these the biggest
deluge!
buckets we've got? I don't know how you did that, hocus pocus, but boy, am I grateful. Nothing worse than I thought the old gal's fate was sealed when the arch shaman set his fiery gaze on her sails. But you managed to rescue her from a watery grave. Closest thing to a miracle I've ever seen.
Zombies, skeletons, about the time the captain took the Duchess of Fennel's carriage for a joyride?
No, he didn't. He drove it straight to the bubble black.
Oh, and don't forget the time he got caught passing a love note to the Lizard Councillor's wife.
Is that why we never sailed the Unicorn anymore?
Speaking of youthful pure, that Luffy Legionnaire really thinks that Orky charm loves him.
I wouldn't let an orc wig 500 yards of my loving nature.
Psst. Ever heard about the time the captain took the Duchess of Fennel's carriage?
A home, a livelihood, all sunk in a matter of minutes while we could do nothing but look on.
The time he got caught passing
That was a right stunning show of magic you pulled, it was. Wish you'd have been around when our own... Well, we were merchants what seems like a moment ago. With our ship sunk, we're little more than 3 men with nothing more to say than boo. These damn orcs. They can't keep off this place for the life of them. They came in here slinging fireballs and swinging swords. Wasn't a thing we could do to defend ourselves. With our ship gone, nothing for it but to get a job. Slim pickings around here, that's for sure. Maybe you can keep an eye out, though.
Is that why we never sailed the Unicorn anymore?
Speaking of youthful gore, battle shores here in Seal. Bah! Of all the cursed hunks of rock to land on, Conrad chooses this one. Who knows if it's even over for sure? Those damn orcs keep sending us these terrible surprises. That was some fast acting there. Many thanks on behalf of all us seamen. That loopy...
Sauce? Here in Seal? Madness, that was some fun.
Speaking of youthful gore, that loopy Legionnaire really thinks that Orky charm loves him.
I wouldn't let an orc wig 500 yards of my loving nature.
Psst. Ever heard about the time the captain took the Duchess of Fennel's carriage for a joyride?
No, he didn't. He drove it straight to the bubble.
Bones nicked, skin heals.
Oh, and don't forget the time he got caught. Shores here in
Ahoy, sailor! Your name's Conrad. Cargo trader, sea captain, an expert in all things nautical. Folks across Andervale know to give old Conrad a holler when it comes to rare imports and magical items. Those orcs must be out of their barbarous minds launching an attack on a city where a great wizard resides. Though even I must admit they put up a hearty effort. I'll tell you, the only time I'd consider waging a suicide campaign like that would be if whatever I sought was something worth dying over.
Legionnaire really thinks that Orky charm loves him.
I wouldn't let an orc wig 500 yards of my loving nature.
Psst. Ever heard about the time the captain took the Duchess of Fennel's carriage for a joyride?
No, he didn't. He drove it straight to the pub and back.
Oh, and don't forget the time he got caught passing a love note to the Lizard Councillor's wife.
Is that why we never sailed the Unicorn anymore?
Speaking of youthful gore, that Luffy Legionnaire really thinks that Orky charm loves him.
I wouldn't let an orc wig 500 yards of my loving nature.
Ever heard about the time the captain took the Duchess of Fennel's carriage for a joyride?
Really? The greatest warriors in Rivellon can't cross a rope?
Don't forget the time he got caught passing a love note to the Lizard Councillor's wife.
Is that why we never sailed the Unicorn anymore?
Speaking of youthful gore, that Luffy Legionnaire really thinks that Orky charm loves him.
I wouldn't let an orc wig 500 yards of my loving nature.
You're like a gorilla in a porcelain store.
No, he didn't. He drove it straight to the pub and back.
Oh, and don't forget the time he got caught passing a love note to the Lizard Councillor's wife.
Is that why we never sailed the Unicorn anymore?
Speaking of youthful gore, that Luffy Legionnaire really thinks that Orky charm loves
Steady, boys, steady. We'll be leaving as soon as we're packed up.
Plenty of fish in the sea, but I've got the foulest of the lot on my racks.
Steady, boys, steady. We'll be leaving
Well,
as soon as
you
we're
see,
packed up.
the gold and silver planets in square aspect suggest a struggle within you. The signs are unclear. Tell me, have you felt Draconis Major interfering with your moon phase in the past fortnight?
Yes, I'm sure of it. Tell it to mind its own business.
Ah, there's that famous Scorpius temper of yours.
Size seal, shiver me timbers and sliver me heels.
Plenty of fish in the sea, but I've got the foulest of the lot on my racks. Plenty of fish in the sea, but I've got the foulest of the lot on my racks.
I'm seeing 2 feet approaching me, and I'm Bull, the leading clairvoyant in Seal. Of course, most winsome 2 feet. Of course. What would you like to know? I see. Oh dear. No. No. Your reading is over. Do you hear? Over. That's all for today. Bull's tired.
Well, tuck my tail and call me Bessie. A 2 feet addressing me directly? Huh. I don't know what you said to upset Bull, but don't worry about it too much. Being in tune with the flow of time takes a lot out of him. Oh, me and my brother Bull have dragged this here cart all around Seal, from dock to graveyard and back again.
Well, you see, the gold and silver planets in square aspect suggest a struggle within you. The signs are unclear. Tell me, have you felt Draconis Major?
A source hunter? I thought you lot had burned the last of those nutty sorcerers by now.
Not even worth the rummaging.
One day, Moira. One day you'll show 'em all.
Well, a source hunter. A very hearty welcome to our humble warehouse. Have a look around. And don't mind if I pick your brain about the scoop around Undervale. I tell you, this gig sure beats getting my toes bitten off by zombies out in the field. We warehouse guards don't have to do much apart from stroll the perimeter a few times an hour. And of course, every now and again, some friendly folks, like yourself, will wander through here. And nothing beats a pleasant conversation, though my comrade Horatius has quite different opinions on that matter.
Reeks of orc stench.
Have you talked to him? Thinks every man, woman and child who steps foot in this place wants to rob it blind. If I so much as greet a townsperson with a hello instead of a state your purpose, he starts frothing on and on about guardly duty and security breaches. This Jake business is quite the scandal, no? I myself suspect his wife, Esmeralda, and the butcher seconds that, let me tell you. Then again, and you didn't hear this from me, he's going through quite the nasty divorce himself, and there's his children to consider. But I imagine his youngest, Kimberly, won't mind. Never did get on well with her mother ever since the incident. Oh, it's an unparalleled pleasure having a fresh ear around here.
Salutations! Source hunters, I see. I'm Sergeant Curtius, proud protector of this house of Legion goods. This is a storing house for Legion supplies, perhaps the most important building in the realm, by my and others' estimation. And I, Sergeant Curtius, have been trusted to guard it.
slimy, reeking, rotting sea garbage.
Salve of the Seven! Maybe the lock can be jimmied. Let's see. Key, lockpick, or hammer?
If you think black sheep are weird, try weir sheep. get in return. One way or another, they always try to fleece me. Especially that
Moo! Don't disturb Master Theliron now. He's been so busy with his research, the pup...
The earth here seems to have been freshly fertilized and aerated. Obviously, someone has taken great care to maintain this gravesite.
No, that would be an insult to the dead.
You can't insult what's not alive to be offended. I say we dig.
We've no reason to believe there's anything worthwhile buried here, so why bother digging?
Whoever's buried here won't notice that we've disturbed the dirt above them.
All right, we'll do it your way.
As you prepare to break ground, you gaze at the dirt beneath your feet once more.
All right, time to get digging.
Here's hoping we find something worthwhile.
You plunge your shovel.
Neither of you cares to plead for his very existence?
Let's see. Halibut, sheep's cheese, tomatoes.
Say, no one's around. You wouldn't raise a fuss if I, borrowed one of these fish, would you?
Borrow, indeed. I'll sooner meet a cat wizard than see that merchant repaid.
Come now, I'll be good for it, I swear!
Let's see. Halibut, sheep's
So what do you
cheese.
think? Should I snag a fish?
That merchant has to eat too, you know. Leave the fish alone.
Let's see.
Yes, you know what they say about...
I suppose you've got a point. Fed a hungry man, you know.
God-forsaken place!
Potions to bemuscle you, scrolls to entussle you.
Well, what sort of arrows do you want? Freezing? Silver? Poison? Get to the point.
Let's see. Halibut, sheep's cheese, tomatoes.
Fresh haddock, perfect for a fry-up.
Let us see if you can choose the finest green.
Quiet day on the market, it seems.
Heavenly herring, delicious dogfish, yours for a scrap gold each.
Let us see if you can choose the finest green.
Not the mood for cheese. Their excuse is more home to their slice of this fine
Spiritless? Perhaps wrestling an earth elemental will inject some vim into your routine.
Let's see. Halibut, sheep's cheese, tomatoes.
Watch the undead quiver in their mouldy boots. Aim straight, aim true. Arrows by the dozens.
Let us see if you can choose the finest green.
Aaron has as many friends as the man with many cheeses.
Any takers? Come on, you chickens!
No better solution to the zombie problem than a set of silver arrows.
Toe of snake, wing of worm, brew and spice of stir and churn.
Made a big change on your book for the wheel of the good stuff.
Red and orange, yellow and green, the finest edges size seals ever seen.
Well, what sort of arrows do you want? Freezing? Silver? Poison? Get to the point.
Let us see if you can choose the finest green.
Fresh haddock, perfect for a fry-up.
Toe of snake, wing of worm, brew and spice of stir and churn.
Get it while it's fresh. This batch is only hours from the sea.
Aaron has as many friends as the man with many cheeses.
Join the Spud Club if you've got an eye for farm potatoes.
Heavenly herring, delicious dogfish, yours for a a scrap of gold. Don't scuttle away before you've tried some of the ocean's finest bounty. How many crab claws would you like? 3? 11? I listened in while you were talking to that would-be thief. Thank you for preserving my stock. It's no wonder you source hunters are known for setting the place straight.
Any takers? Come on, you chickens!
Elemental will inject some vim into your routine.
Any takers? Come on, you chickens!
Don't talk to me. You're making me lose focus. Can't you see I'm busy modeling? Obviously, someone's plumage isn't magnificent enough to inspire genius.
Let us see if you can choose the finest green.
All those naysayers in the past, bah! See what I've become. Hundreds of years from now, people will wonder, who is that cook? It must have been a grand cook, so inspired.
Let's see. Halibut, sheep's cheese, tomato.
Oh, no, noble friend. Your upper chakras are in desperate need of a good scrubbing. Fortunately for you, my homebrewed tinctures will do the job. Or if you're in the mood for something a bit more electrifying, one of my air scrolls might give your system just the shock it needs.
Let's see. Halibut, sheep's cheese, tomatoes. Quiet day on the market, it seems.
Well, hello there.
Let's see. Halibut, sheep's cheese, tomatoes.
Any takers? Come on, you chickens!
No better solution to the zombie problem than a set of silver arrows.
Join the Spud Club if you've got an eye for farm potatoes.
Made a big cheese on your rock with a wheel and a good stuff.
Well, hello there.
Any takers? Come on, you chickens!
Not in the mood for cheese. An excuse is more hose than a slice of this fine almond there.
Let us see if you can choose the finest greens.
Aaron has as many friends as the man with many cheeses. Made a big cheese on your rock with a wheel and a good stuff.
Let's see. Halibut, sheep's cheese, tomatoes.
And look.
As good as the new penny.
I needed that. Without aid, I will expire soon. Summon Spider! Chaos grips my hands today. Confound it! I must focus.
Let's...
once more.
These damn birds won't fetch more than...
Brew and spice them.
Thanks the seven, we secured the perimeter.
I was really hoping to find something better.
Never fear, milady. As long as I'm around, no hair on your haloed head shall be harmed.
Lords above, grant me patience. You're a source hunter, aren't you? Here because you think I killed my husband. How many times do I need to state and restate my complete innocence in the matter? I am Esmeralda, wife of Jake, and now, alas, his widow. Poor man. We were both so young when we married. He so rich and I so poor, but his one and only princess just the same. Like I told just about every legionnaire in town, I don't know anything about poor Jake's murder. I want his killer found and tried, but everyone suspects me of this evil deed. And you're no different, are you? So what happened? Some of them tittle-tattling crab chasers down the pub call me a murderous gold digger and you believe them? These insinuations truly go beyond the pale. Oh, I think I'm getting one of my headaches. Well, what do you want to know? Sometimes I forget they're even out there, to be honest. Remember above all to stay behind the wall, we tell our children. And when you've been heeding your own advice for seasons on end, you almost start to forget what the fuss was about in the first. Rather dreary these days, isn't it? As if the undead weren't enough to ruin the atmosphere, now the orcs have started harassing our harbor again.
Seems to be quite adamant about her innocence.
We'll need to look for evidence if we want to prove she actually did the evil deed.
Legion's greetings. I have been informed about your heroics on the beach. Were that I had been there to partake in the battle. But my duties lie here, sworn as I am to protect Lady Esmeralda from the rabble that would enforce summary justice on her. Even though she is, I am Septimus, seventh son in a household of 9, legionnaires all. Me and 2 brothers of mine were assigned to Sicile from day 1. Alas, both of them have long since fallen in battle against the dead. But never shall I lose heart. Long as a single... So fair a lady I have seldom seen in all of Rivellon, my friend. And I have traveled more extensively than migratory birds do. She stands accused of murder, but it's steadfast will I guard her. Never will I waver unless absolute proof of her culpability should be brought before me. And Jake's murder is, in a word, a tragedy. He was well loved in all of Sicile. The Council of 7 couldn't have wished for a better ambassador. That he of all people should have braved the undead siege for so... And what questions are those?
If only the popular girls from the Source Academy could see how edgy and dangerous you've become.
Hello there. Welcome to Seal. I thought the old gal's fate was sealed when the arch shaman set his fiery gaze on her sails. But you managed.
Might need to blow this one open.
I sailed the seas. I walked the worlds.
So, what's the bad news? More orcs rampaging through the docks? Or have those infernal statues sent another soul flying to his death? This here's my family business. Yes, there's been a Roberts escorting stiffs into the next life since the foundation of Seal itself. They don't write epics about morticians, but I'm proud of my work nonetheless. Sad story, that. Though if I'm speaking plainly, the sentimental aspect of it all doesn't make much of an impression on an undertaker. Especially not these days, with so many laid low by the orcs and such like. I just concern myself with giving the remains a respectable exit from life. We set him to rest in the northern graveyard. What about it? Didn't I just say we gave it a respectable send-off? Why are you giving me the 3rd degree? Now, if you don't mind, I'm trying... What? You there?
Glue when you've been naughty around here.
Looks like the mortician is rather suspicious about Jake.
What could Mayor Cecil, Captain Aureus, or Evelyn have to do with it?
So, what's the bad news? More orcs rampaging through the docks? Or have those infernal statues sent another soul flying to his death? do you... Ah, the ledger, is it? Fool was I to leave it in the open. Or perhaps I even looked forward to being found out. Well, as you know, I have my suspects in the matter. What would you like to know? I never saw a widow less distraught at the death of her husband, and I've seen hundreds pass through my parlor. It was she who rang my bell just before the body was snatched, lured me outside claiming she needed air before discussing the funeral arrangements. Some accomplice could have sneaked in and grabbed the remains while I was comforting the oh-so-overcome Esmeralda. Plenty of us shopkeepers entrust the mayor with the spare keys to our businesses, you know. And he's the only person in town with a second copy of the key to the mortuary. He could have used it to sidle in without a peep, if he were so inclined. Aureus himself paid me a visit the night the body was delivered. Came rapping at my door in the frosty morning before the sun had even started peeping, and told me to tell him, and only him, if I noticed anything strange or suspicious about the remains. Can't see why he'd bothered to go through all that trouble, unless he knew something the rest of us don't. I know it sounds strange suspecting the doctor's apprentice of something so ghoulish as this, but there's few in this city could manage to transport a corpse without raising eyebrows. It was she who delivered Jake's body from the inn to the mortuary, and there was something about her that night, some kind of excitement. Seemed she could barely contain her thoughts, that there was something thrilling about to happen. I can't quite settle it in my mind how a young medical professional would have such a strange reaction to an occasion such as that. And this may or may not have anything to do with the whole rigmarole. But her master, Dr. Theleron, bought an old shack of mine, one overtaken by undead, for an exorbitant price considering what he was getting. I never did figure what he wanted it for, but he sure seemed eager. Sad story, that. Though if I'm speaking plainly, the sentimental aspect of it all doesn't make much of an impression. I just concern myself. That gold's the only good thing to come out of this blasted affair, and I certainly plan on making some use of it. Pillar of the community? Ha! Half this city doesn't know my name, and the other half regards me as the spirit of death itself. I'll keep my reward.
That's what you get for trying.
We'll have none of that, you hear? We'll have none of that, you hear?
If only the popular girls...
Selling me saffrons, I dare say. You're just hanging around the inn, aren't you? Waiting for what?
Sightseal isn't so bad on a quiet day like this, is it?
Oh, you think you can take that way to us? I've got my eye on you.
I have a few.
Taken before his time. Far before his time. Oi! The Source Hunter! Nice to see these winds are blowing more than bloody orcs our way. Welcome to Sightseal, comrade. Bloody orcs are at it again. Beats me what on earth they want in Sightseal. This is their second attack within as many weeks. And their second defeat. That rat-faced shaman of theirs even went to the trouble of launching a fireball at a ship in the harbor to the west of here. They may need help. I'd go myself, but we legionnaires are under strict orders never to abandon our posts. Never know when another one of these beats me what traitorous madness came over that dog. A man among orcs. It'd be like one of your kind running with a sorcerer. Whatever the cur's incentive to raise swords alongside that murderous lot, let's all hope it was a private grudge. Can you imagine if we had to add a slew of wild-eyed, orc-loving bedlamites to our list of enemies in Sightseal? I'm a proud legionnaire and always will be, but I thought we'd be doing more slashing and less dying when we landed in Sightseal. Taken before his time. Far before his time.
I said myself, if I don't start earning an extra gold piece now.
God, duty's not so bad. Hey.
Now, where is my pepper? Did it sprout legs and run away? Ah, there it is. Source hunters here too? Well, if the Legion couldn't save this place, what are you going to do?
Feeling hot under the collar.
Murder within the walls, undead outside the walls. And here we legionnaires sit twiddling our thumbs.
Did someone leave an oven door open?
Source Hunter. A sight for sore eyes, if ever there was one.
I don't think it's in fact a deer.
Come on now, I pulled her off you before she could do any real damage.
Any real damage? Are you joking? I've been mauled. I'll be disfigured for life.
Come on with the dramatics. It's not as bad as all that.
The face, Furious. She bit me in the face.
Look on the bright side. Everyone knows the ugly soldiers are the most ferocious.
I know you're probably knee-deep in that awful murder investigation, but truth be told, we've been conducting a series of expeditions into undead territory, and I'm afraid I must admit they've met with very little success. I shall be very glad to share what information I can give you. It's very sweet of you that you are trying to get these men a job. Sure, they can tie a knot and blow a whistle like the best of them, but even with a sword in their hands, they wouldn't stand a chance against the undead, and I don't want any more blood on my hands. If ever we want to be victorious in Sicil, we have to track down the root of the undead uprising. Under the Pact of Volunteers, 3 expeditions were launched to do just that, but so far, none of their participants. 3 landmarks were chosen for further investigation: the lighthouse, the burial mounds, and the old church. Places fraught with danger all. There's a lighthouse to the west, up on the bluffs, overlooking the sea. No man has gone there in a decade, and yet a light shines from its pinnacle. The locals say it's haunted, and half a dozen legionnaires have gone to find out whether or not those are mere tall tales. I fear for their safety. There are ancient burial grounds to be found north of the city. As good a place as any to... A local archaeologist offered to tag along with the men. Here's hoping his knowledge on the subject may prove to be of use to them. There's a church to the northeast of here, built atop the very place where once stood a temple dedicated to the Source. The Sicilians razed it, and built a church for the 7 instead, supposedly to symbolize the victory of the gods over evil sorcery. All superstitious mumbo-jumbo, if you ask me. But when the dead rose, that is when they were first spotted. Hence the expedition.
Everyone knows the ugly soldiers are the most ferocious.
Ugly'll be so I did. The Pact of Volunteers. Many legionnaires will do whatever it takes to go home, which is why I personally sign their transfer orders the moment they make it back from a mission. The chances of survival during these sorties are only about 1 in 10, you see. So my soldiers are free to volunteer, and if they are successful, they just bought themselves a boat ride home. The undead. I pitied them at first. Many among them were once kind and innocent civilians of Sicil, after all. No longer do I feel that way, though. The bravest among my men and women tell me they are weaker in the west and stronger in the east. So I suggest you head westward if you want to flex your muscles and test the waters before blindly diving to your death. Lieutenant Selenia, at your service. I'm Captain Aureus' second in command. But rest assured, I am a lot more... Now, I certainly don't mind a bit of healthy competition and even rivalry between our orders. But I, for one, have no... And that is exactly what your presence in Sicil is, Source Hunter. A gift and a blessing. Only heroes such as yourself can make a true difference in this troubled part of the world.
An ancient air of aptitude.
Hey, Tull, I think that was an insult.
Don't pay attention to the beast, Furious. You'll only encourage it.
Get to signing recruits.
Sorry, sir.
You think that's funny, Private?
You don't think it's infected, do you?
Come on now, I pulled her off you before she could do any real damage.
Any real damage? Are you joking? I've been mauled. I'll be disfigured for life.
Ah, come on with the dramatics. It's not as bad as all
Sorry, sir.
that.
The face, Furious! She bit me in the face!
Look on the bright side. Everyone knows the ugly soldiers are the most ferocious.
Ugly'll be the least of it. The beast looks rabid.
In that case, you'll have the pleasure of putting her down yourself.
I wish for you to try it, Screech Woman.
The beast speaks? So you've half a brain behind that feral maul, have you?
The cretin's question crossed her lips and ached an air of aptitude.
Hey, Tull, I think that was an insult.
Don't pay attention to the beast, Furious. You'll only encourage it.
Ice blue eyes narrow beneath a heavy brow streaked with sweat and dust. Her hands tense into claws, held.
Her brow knits together, but something in her pose relaxes.
I am Bear Daughter. I have not come here to find trouble with the Screech Woman. She only startled me.
Sorry, sir.
And you are a source hunter. I have heard many tales of this woman here, the one who now plots her revenge. She crept behind me while I was hunting, and I only defended myself. I would not hurt an innocent Screech Woman on purpose. But soon their swords were upon me, and they forced me into this cage meant for dogs. Mother would rip the fur from her chest if she could see how they keep me.
Hey, who's that then? Come on, stand where my good eye can see you.
Easy, Tull. That's the source hunter you're talking to.
She may have the look of a woman if you squint hard enough, but she's no more than a wild animal. We got reports of a strange-looking outsider skulking through the town with her bow drawn. I found her crouched behind a tree, taking aim at a fat old rat trotting along. I tapped her on the shoulder to see what was what, and the beast startled.
Bit Tull you right in the face, she did. It wasn't pretty, and now it's got a chunk ripped off it to boot.
Enjoy it while you can, Ver. There's not another legionnaire in the cohort that'll have you if I go rabid.
Well, that's to be decided. She doesn't seem to be sick, despite Tully's moaning. We can't keep her here forever, but we can't well send her into the wilds again, can we?
Perhaps it'd be worth taking this stranger under our wing. She'll likely come in handy if we can trust her to watch our backs.
After all, a fearless hunter might...
Well, that's a relief, ain't it? We found a good home for her after all, Tull.
heed me, Source Hunter. She's not good for anything more than cannon fodder. And don't turn your back on her when she's got that
Source Hunter. I have heard tales both grand and terrible about the world of humans. I myself was in Home Forest. Every creature acts according to the nature of its kind. Birds frighten easily, badgers fear little. But amongst men, there are no guarantees.
Recruits, that was sloppier than Sicilian stew. Again! Those boots will embarrass a bridge.
It is difficult for me to claim humanity as you do. I am still learning to see myself in the faces of those I meet. It is strange to stand with one foot in the forest and the other in the city, Source Hunter.
Those boots will embarrass a bridge troll. Get to shining, recruits.
Sorry, sir.
You think that's funny, Private?
Sir, no, sir.
Those boots will embarrass a bridge troll. Get to shining, recruits.
Sorry, sir.
You think that's funny, Private?
Sir, no, sir.
Attention! About face! Show them, Alex! Nuts! Recruits, that was sloppier than Sicilian stew. Again!
What have we here, then? A so-called source hunter, eh? Well, look, do what you... I'm Captain Aureus, if you must know, leader of the Legion in Sicil, by which I mean I have the enviable task of commanding a battalion of walking dead. For I fear it may well be but a matter of time before the undead undo all my soldiers and turn them into drivelling hordes of their own misshapen number. Gods above! Some politician snuffs it and everyone's in an uproar. Ridiculous! I told that wizard brat of an Ahu not to bother, but he just had to send for source hunters, didn't he? Bloody magicians. They see a pigeon poop and think sorcery's afoot. Nevertheless, I want to be kept in the loop, understand? I am in command of this town, not Mayor Cecil, not Ahu, and definitely not some hotshot source hunter. So investigate Jake's death if you feel so inclined, but report back to me the moment you discover something out of the ordinary. The scene of the crime is over at the King Crab Inn. You can tell the guard you have my permission to enter. Now off with it. Esmeralda is Jake's wife. Well, widow. Everyone in town, down to the crabs on the beach, is convinced she killed him. Now, the girl has the reputation of being a flirt. There is that. But that doesn't suffice as evidence, wouldn't you say? Or do source hunters rely on hearsay alone, perhaps? That certainly would explain some of the cock-ups you lot have made in the past. What? You're going to stand there and claim with a straight face your order never wrongly tortured and executed anyone? Hardly. But I won't stand for such nonsense. If you bring evidence before me, I'll evaluate... If you must. Bravo! Figured that one out, did you? I haven't been stuck here for 2 years because we're being besieged by fluffy kittens, you know. Those brain-feasting freaks out there keep on coming. And it takes all the sword arms and all of Ahu's half-baked contraptions to keep them at bay. Keeping them at bay, that is all. How am I enjoying it? Are you spoiling for a fight, Hunter? Are you? Syseal stinks of fish, reeks of orcs, and on a good day, the wind disperses the stench of decomposing corpses. I can't remember the last time I had a proper piece of steak, and by now, I retch at the mere sight of sardines. So in conclusion, I am not enjoying Syseal. We are the pride of Rivellon, to be found and to be seen everywhere. We don't hide in the dark and lurk in corners like some I could mention. No, we protect the civilized from the... I'd say they're looking for weak spots in our defenses. They can't make an attack over land for fear of Ahu's magical machines, so they're trying their luck by sea. They won't succeed, though. Not against the Legion. Yes, and he also spends most of his time in the guise of a cat, licking God's knows which body parts. Sects, sorcerers. He'll be seeing flying carpets next. You, again. Do feel free to depart from Syseal at your earliest convenience.
Quiet! No talking to these scoundrels, criminal scum!
Source hunter or no, not a single non-legionnaire is permitted into the treasure room. Pockets have a pesky habit of growing extra deep in such places. Excuse me, Grabby Gus. This is a Legion treasure room, and absolutely no non-Legionnaires are allowed in. Oh, thank you to take a step in another direction. This is the Legion treasure room, and you've no business bothering with it.
Quiet! No talking to these scoundrels, criminal scum!
Sir.
Excuses more holes than a slice of this fine golden there.
You there! A moment of your indulgence, if you please. You are the source hunter, are you not? The hero the whole of Syceal is abuzz about. The talk of the town. The juiciest grape on the grapevine. Such a pleasure to meet you. A delight. No, scratch that. It is so much more than a delight. It is an intervention of fate. Yes, that's it. Fate has put me on this very spot, so I may tell you, Mendius, at your service. What is my profession? Well, I'll tell you what it used to be, and that is a man of medicine. But what does a man of medicine... They call the undead a problem, my friend. But those who know the ways of the Fabulous Five see no problems. They see opportunities. An enterprising spirit can wrench riches from cold dead rocks. Or from cold dead, full stop. Oh, it's not merely an opportunity. It is a once-in-a-lifetime chance to become better. To become the full extent of the promise that is locked inside of...
Of course I do. How could someone in my profession not?
Get it while it's fresh. This batch is only hours from the sea.
Quite right. See here. You and I share the same passion. I never doubted it for a moment. The thrill of walking the unbeaten path. Too bad your line of work comes with such measly recompense. Am I right? The wage of a mere soul.
Riches do not interest me much,
Nor me.
Oh, but I know you're just being bashful. I bet that even so, my friend, matters of a pecuniary nature aside, what is life without variety, without spice? To be a source hunter must get frightfully dreary sometimes. Am I right? All those orders. Investigate...
It's better to lead than to follow. That much is true.
I disagree.
You disagree with one another. But that proves you are firm-willed, that you have the minds of independence, not dependence. Admit, life's too short to spend it doing someone else's and that is exactly why I am here. Why fate has put me right by the door to the King Crab, so that I could meet you and tell you... Ah, the fabulous five. How I enjoy simply saying the words that describe the most illustrious and celebrated adventurers' guild in Riverlon. You'd like nothing more than to enlist, wouldn't you? Of course you would. And you can. Of course, if you still have questions, I shall answer them to the best of my abilities. But what a gem of a question. Straight as an arrow, sharp as a switchblade. Now then, to join the Fabulous Five is to join a fellowship, to join a fraternity, a sorority, a community. The title of Knight is bestowed upon you the moment you sign our waiver, and so it all begins. I shall be the one to give you your first contracts. Of course, should you spread the word, should you propagate the gospel of the Fabulous Five and thereby draw new knights, by now the genial glow of the fellowship must have warmed your heart. It has, hasn't it? But did I say fellowship? I mean family. For like a family, we support one another, cheer one another, see each other through thick, work hard, fulfill contracts, enlist new knights, and swiftly shall you rise through the ranks. You will better yourself. You will better Riverlon. You will make the stars shine all the brighter. And you'll get fabulously wealthy in the
Greetings, Source Hunter. I don't mean to hinder your investigation, but I can't open this door for anyone who... Not exactly the friendliest bloke, the captain, is he? Well, your reward for getting your ear chewed off is a waltz through the town's finest magical murder scene. Enjoy.
What happened? Is this a dream?
I don't think so. That stone. Somehow it sent us flying into the stars.
Terrible, terrible, terrible! It will consume us all! By the quill that lasts a billion words, what's this? Two Riverlonians here? At the end of space and time? How very, very, very curious! Your guess is as good as mine, my newfound comrade. Here I stood, quite good timing, by the by, because the ground here has been fast shrinking beneath my feet. Oh, but I suppose I should make a proper introduction. Zigzax the historian at your service. It is my job to record all that was and is and, hopefully, all that is to be. At last, a question I can answer most definitively. I mentioned already that this place is the end of time. If that didn't send your heart into your stomach and your pulse a-flutter, it should have. Time ought naturally to have no end at all. Indeed, I can think of no worse nightmare for a chronicler such as myself. But something totally, utterly terrible has happened. Show, don't tell, I always say. So go, peer through yonder looking lens and feast your soon-to-be terrified eyes on the...
I think that imp may be quite mad.
Then we'd better appease him and have a look through the looking lens.
More junk.
One man's trash is another man's trash.
You looked. You saw. Terrifying, isn't... What's this? The portal. It's... The portal has become active. Fantastic. Astounding. Onward we should go. The portal! It's quite sprung to life, just like the long, dormant flames that decorate this You, dear stranger, you must be the key. Something about your presence here is causing the end of those torches. A light! This portal active once more. It cannot be... Goodness me, how right you are. There's so much to take in, I'd nearly forgotten. And what you saw has been haunting my mind since I first discovered it. It is the void itself. The dragon that is devouring creation. I can't say for sure where it came from, how or why, but I do know this. It's shrinking our future by the second. And if we don't stop it, it will devour the past and present as well. It's not that I believe, it's that I have seen. Long have I been waiting here, hoping that one day this very portal would... Then, no longer than a few mere moments after you arrive, zap it goes. The chronicler of time knows a pattern when he sees one. Ah, though I cannot say for certain, if it is what I believe, then our prayers might well be answered. In fact, every last question that ever plagues your noggin might well be answered, for I believe what lies beyond this portal is not... But why spoil the mystery? As soon after you... Oh, what wonders we... You first, but don't dilly-dally. Yes! Just as I hoped! There she is! There it is! Come, don't delay! Could it be, milady? The weaver of time? Mother of his...
Indeed, Sir Imp. As surely as you are he who chronicles all that I weave.
Astounding! Unbelievable!
You have brought guests, I see.
My reaction exactly, milady. It was their arrival here at the end of time that instigated my finding you. But why? Surely you must know.
This is a question better put to our guests themselves. Tell us, How did you arrive upon this plane? If any other being in Rivellon asked me about the details of their comings and goings, I could describe them down to the minutest of details. But you are different. Of you, I see nothing. I know nothing. So please, do tell me, how did you arrive here? A stone. So, it was a stone that caused the great shock of energy that brought you here, and it infused you with new life as well. Is that so? Not like this, no. What happened to you is unique in all my work. Never had I experienced something so contrary to my nature. To weave something I had not seen, had not expected. Life does not simply spring into existence, you see. But yours has. You appeared before me from the moment you came into contact with that stone. Starstone. I now know it to be called.
But, Madam Weaver, how is it possible? Do you not see all? Have you not woven all that is and could ever be into your tapestry?
Like the stones, your guests are a mystery to me. I see them before me in this world, but their likenesses appeared not upon my tapestry until they revived the stone. Source Hunters. It would seem that yourselves and Starstone are inextricably linked. Why and how, I cannot say, but I do believe that finding more stones will reveal to me who you yourselves truly are. Starstone is not what it seems, Source Hunter. Its true nature must be part of a greater secret, a secret lost even to me. Do you see what violence my work has suffered? What wounds lay upon the tapestry of time?
Mysteries of all time, gaps in history. Oh, how they've tormented me for eons.
It would appear that Starstone transforms at your touch, granting me new thread by which to mend the tapestry. Thus,
I see. What the void would shrink, Starstone restores.
yes. Though I cannot explain why this Starstone is the antidote to the void's ravishment of our realm. If we do not restore time, if we do not discover the true nature of these stones, the void will consume us all. Indeed you must, though I may not yet understand why. It seems that you and you alone can unlock the powers within Starstone. Yet we are not the only entities who know these stones to be so much more than pretty gems.
Why, of course, that's what they were doing. I have recorded their doings, you see. Collectors of Starstone, more and more by the day. Now I understand. They'd keep the stones from our reach. They'd prevent the mending of time.
Without these stones, Hunter, there will be no Rivellon. The entire tapestry will crumble. Even this plane will fall victim to the void's insatiable hunger.
That shall never be, milady. As sure as Zix comes before Zax, we will put a stop to it. First we mend the tapestry, then we stop the void. Please, our most mysterious guest, are you ready? Are you willing? Will you hunt out the stones? Will you help us restore what has been lost? what do you think, Source Hunter?
Not but a moment ago we were hunting Source in Rivellon. And now we're being told that we alone can prevent the end of time by way of some magical stones. What do you make of it?
What'll it be, Source Hunter? Do tell!
We can't deny our reaction to Starstone. There must be something to all of this, mad as it may seem.
Still, it's quite a leap from finding a strange...
So, what do you think, Source Hunter?
I have the last chest, the last chest, the last chest! If you believe yourself worthy of rifling through my ample treasures, I do dare you to prove it! Find my 4 sisters, no more than one in each of the realms of your wide world, and each by each, you'll discover how to open me!
What the glint in your gaze and the set of your brow suggest to me that you've not given up on our dear... No, with you searching out Starstone, I believe we'll mend the tapestry in no time. We'll find out just who you are and how exactly to send the void back to wherever it came from. But you'll need a way to travel between Rivellon and this homestead, won't you? Who wouldn't want to see what fantastic changes your search will yield? And who knows what the Weaver might discover about you? Luckily, the power of portals is known to you, so I'll let you in on the little secret of how to transport back and forth from the end of time. Just, don't go sharing it around. Never know who we can trust these days. Off you go, then. You've Starstone to find, and I've a tapestry to examine. Surely there must be some clue here as to how on earth you're related to the end of time.
Cross my heart, hope to fade in the void, I honestly don't know. But ask her. If she claims it is so, perhaps she knows...
Like the imp said to the ballista operator, shoot! Wouldn't it just? Would that I had a Starstone sightseeing guide, but alas, such a booklet does not exist. Just like yourselves, Starstones are curiously absent from history, both in my writings and on the Tapestry of Time. From what I can gather, though, they were once cherished by devious sorcerers whose reign ended long ago. The stones are therefore most likely to be found in the ancient places of this world. Ruins, caves, the lairs of long-forgotten evils. Those are the dens you should frequent. 2 more pieces of advice. Don't go unarmed, and consult with my agent. Neither do I, but the mere fact that activated Starstone has set the Weaver of Time weaving again more than implies that it and the Void Dragon are natural enemies. This in turn more than implies that you are the Void's natural enemy, for it is you who is setting new events in motion. You who is handing the Weaver new threads. And that which she is weaving is more than an ornament to decorate the shelter plane. It is both history and future history. It is all of time. We may not understand the how yet, but our aim is clear. We shall save creation from the grip of the void. Now, isn't that a lovely mission? Oh, I don't know if I'm more than those things per se, but having been given a divine mission does have its perks. Old age can't touch me, that's one. Immortality is mine as long as no one skewers me with a sword, and even then I'll be back in a jiffy. But of course I have a price to pay for something that is priceless. It is my duty to record all of history, and an arduous task that is. Not to mention how much stress that void out there is causing me. The end of time. I'll be out of a job. So, gather those star stones so that we may know the history that was lost. Know so that we must not repeat what leads us to this dangerous precipice, but do better and close the dark eye of the void forever. Lonesome, observing the frontier of creation, surfing the vibrant tide of the eons, or, well, yes, actually. I don't mean to complain, but one certainly doesn't mind a bit of company now and then. Perhaps you can imagine the profound pleasure it is to have made the Weaver's acquaintance after all these years. I can hardly wait to pick her brain about the great battle of the sons of Sigurd. The last Rivellonian who remembers it died more than 7,000 years ago. Before you go, Source Hunter, once you return to Rivellon, there will be someone. I hope he'll be able to help you as much as he can. Time need hardly remind.
How welcome you are upon this realm, our most honored guest. I hope you begin to find this place more familiar than in the ethereal threads of eternity. Do I record the deeds of gods and men, of beasts and spectral apparitions? The drift of continents through changing seas, the rise of empires, the shift of every grain of sand on every beach, the fall of every raindrop on every world, imperceptible touch of lovers' hands. This and all I chronicle without. Except, it seems, you ask and I shall answer, if I can. Quite so. Your absence, it should be an impossibility, but no matter where I look, you cannot be found. I do not know you, which makes you my one perennial imperfect spot in the eye of time. But perchance I may be cured of this blindness. Perchance the blemish may be undone. I am the weaver of time, as I have told you. That what I am, and that is task. It is the same for the chroniclers. Perhaps we are one and the same. Task multiplied by 2. Who has made us? I do not know. Why have they done so? Am I the beginning? And am I to be the end? Who shall say? Perhaps I am the first thing in... Perhaps I am creation. Perhaps I am the creator. Or maybe it is you. You who makes stars rekindle. Alas, the answers to those questions still elude me. A hidden answer lies behind this veil of inscrutability, though. For the link between you and the stones, I believe that star stones will not lead you to new places of wonder only. They will also lead to new knowledge through the restoration. What it is but a seed bereft of sun and water. What it could be, that is what the star stones will tell us. What it is but the end. I resign altogether. But ever since the end of time appeared in these deep dark skies, I materialized here, as if forced to watch the one thing that is unwatchable, unendurable. A thankless task that you may yet free me from forever. Oh, Hunter, I have no need for company. Like I have no need for air or appetite or... All I need, and all I am, is time. And yet, I do enjoy your companionship, for you may prove to become the cure that will heal my slipping soul. I think that perhaps you can redeem time, because you create time. Indeed, you have set in motion an event I no longer held possible. Know that no longer sat here at the end of time and watched on as the void frays the fabric of time like a terrified god that fears the offspring of his own creations. But suddenly there was you. You who stirred the life within the stones. These stones, children of stars, they place new ribbons along my fingers like phantoms out of time. New threads emerged, and I began to weave anew. Starstone gives me new strands to braid into the tapestry. These starstones, please, seek them so that time may yet be mended. Please, for the sake of all that lives and all that loves, seek them so that the void may yet devour itself alone.
Source Hunters, I welcome you once again to the realm of Rivellon after your travels through the chasms of space. Nice to have found a shelter, wouldn't you agree? Where you can come to no harm.
Slimy, reeking, rotting sea garbage. I can't even smell the sea air over this rot.
I know the imp historian has told you about his agent on Rivellon, and that agent is I. So now that you know of the alliance between me and Sir Zigzags, let us turn to the business at hand. Starstone.
Slimy, reeking, rotting sea garbage.
And I'll be delighted to give it. Dark being woven around these parts, and it is my firm belief starstones are the flies the sorcerer spiders are trying to catch. It can therefore hardly be a coincidence that Councillor Jake was a collector of the stones we seek. His foul murder and the plight of dying time must somehow be interconnected. That means the task you have been given remains crucial. Find the assassin that did away with Jake, bound to stumble upon Starstone along the way. While you were being lectured by our friend the historian and the grande dame of time, the advantage of being a cat, you know. You go where you please with impunity, and sometimes them in a cabinet. Mere slivers, but specks of starstones nonetheless. They lay there, silent and innocent, though bloody murder may have been committed in their name. Don't we all long for a sanctuary where our worldly troubles can be held at bay? A bed or a basket so snug it becomes, in a way. But perhaps I speak only for myself, not for veterans such that by necessity call any patch of ground they rest upon home. Like any cat worth its salt, though, I deeply cherish a secret refuge unbeknownst to anyone. To be able to repose without a care is such a precious circumstance. Save it all too soon. I met him first, a long time ago, out in the wastes of Youthful Gore. He wondered aloud what on earth a cat was doing out there in the scorching desert. So I told him who I was and showed him my human form. Marveled and told me. In the end, he even shared his great sorrow with me. The unspeakable thing you saw through his looking lens. I was awed and frightened, but swore to help him in any way I... Let me phrase it like Zigzags might. A universe with a pen without ink. A pointless instrument stripped of the potential of... I'll not pretend to have all the answers. All that I understand happening here and out there among the stars. If Zigzags worries, I worry. We are talking about a creature, after all, that has reclined among the divines as nonchalantly as you and I lay beside the hearths of home. Oh, before you go, here. Take this teleporter pyramid. A handy toy indeed that Zigzags asked me to give to you. You'll need the other one too if you want to make use of its powers, but alas, I seem to have misplaced it. Don't worry though. Use this one here and it'll take you straight to its twin. Now that this matter has been settled, hunters, I shall detain you no longer. But rest assured, I'll do my share of hunting too. So if you spot a white cat during your travels, do stop to say hello.
I can't even smell the sea air over this rot.
My gods! What is going on here? First I have to shoo away a creeping white tomcat, and now there's a perfect stranger in my bathroom. Get out, will you? Little mix-up indeed. I don't know what you and that horrible little imp are Now, if you please! This room is private. If stink much longer, deer will smell this lady from a field away. Don't just stand there. I'll save a leg of something good for when she begins to starve. Away with you! What are you still doing here? Begone! Out! Now, if you please! This room is private.
Everything we do seems to fortify your ability.
Go! Away with you! What are you still doing here? Begone!
I suppose your example has inspired me to reach heights I never before envisioned.
That inspiration hardly flows one.
This room is private.
for cheese? The excuse is more holes than a slice of this fine Gorman bear.
The closest I've come to nine pounds is when I linger at the long bar lighting my pipe.
Look careful now.
Greetings, Source Hunter. I don't mean to hinder your investigation, but I can't open this door for anyone who hasn't received Captain Aureus' explicit approval. Ready to have another look? One moment. I'll unlock the...
It's official. The Duke of Ferrell is the worst poet in Rivellon.
In his defense, not much rhymes with murder. Nothing but rubbish! Looking good.
Oh, thank you to leave me be, you old rat.
Ah, pointless chatter with strangers does so thrill me. How did you know? Please continue interrupting my drink if you'd be so kind. How curious of you to show interest in a lonesome stranger at the bar. Let me answer by saying that who I am is hardly any of your business. And anyone with an ounce of known that already.
Which I doubt you could even fathom, old friend.
Oh, barkeep. Drink, if you please.
Can I tell you? I suppose I can. And I could. But why would I turn my attention away from this whiskey when Mendius right outside is simply panting with excitement?
Hearty welcome to the King Crab Inn. You look like you could use a round or three, so what'll it be? Have a seat and stay a while.
Lighting my pipe.
Look careful now. Your head's growing more swollen than saffrons, I dare say.
Mind if we keep our voices down over that sensitive subject? Death and dark magic ain't exactly great for business, you know. That room where it happened, It was rented to a certain woman, though I regret to say I can't say exactly who. This inn isn't in the business of asking many questions. If you know, she came heavily cloaked, but paid the full sum in advance. I was used to such transactions after many similar concerning a certain Esmeralda. Figured this were just more at same. I saw one other figure go into the room that night. Someone tall, built broad like a man, but shrouded the same as she. Again, standing, I was startled awake by a horrendous hubbub shortly after midnight. I jumped up and grabbed me grandpappy's machete, blearing. By the time I burst into that room, it was horribly silent. There was only Jake on the floor, dead, surrounded by whoever done with the window. But I saw nary a soul when I looked out. You can bet I hightailed it to the Legion barracks faster than a jackrabbit. Councillor Jake, that poor man, too much about his affairs, you know. Never figured it my business to say anything. Esmeralda's longest-standing lover has the audacity to remain lodged at this very inn, you know. He's called the Duke of Ferrell, a high title for a low man. If you haven't yet asked him about Esmeralda, I'd recommend it.
My good man, drink, you please.
3 hopeless sailors. Truly wish I could help you, but I'm barely keeping afloat as it is. Well, between you and me, things have been rather slow since the, incident. But with spirits high and liquor flowing like it is tonight, it seems the crab may just come out of that pinch. The name's Ivad. Pleased to make your acquaintance. I've been offering the weary travellers of Sicil drink and rest for nearly 2 decades now, but the king crab's older than that by a long shot. All you see before you is the manifestation of my great-grandpappy Horatius Dungeness's noble vision. Beer and naps for everyone. No questions asked.
Whatever happened to that troop of eager imbeciles we sent to the northern cave?
Do I seem
Oh,
like
my
the sort
good
who
man.
concerns myself
Drink,
with
you
such
please.
things?
You'll be
Please do
concerned
keep
enough when
shouting.
you realize that reward money won't be lining your pockets.
So you're just hanging around the inn, are you? Waiting for what,
Tell me, Alistair, have you ever had the fortune of challenging the fabled wizard of Hunter's Edge?
Fortune? Ha! He should be so lucky as to be defeated by Alistair the Great.
They say he's privy to ancient and arcane secrets, the likes of which I doubt you could even fathom, old friend.
Oh, my good man. Drink, if you please.
Please do keep shouting behind me.
Come now, Alistair. Surely you've met your match once or twice.
Ha! The closest I've got to my match is when I linger over long while lighting my pipe.
Oh, careful now. Your head's growing more swollen than saffrons, I dare say.
Whatever happened to that troop of eager imbeciles we sent to the northern cave?
Do I seem like the sort who concerns myself with such?
You'll be concerned enough when you realize that reward money won't be lining your
Oh,
pockets.
my good man. Drink, if you please.
Please do my ear.
Tell me, Alistair, have you ever had the fortune of challenging the fabled wizard of Hunter's Edge?
Fortune? Ha! He should be so lucky as to be defeated by Alistair the Great.
They say he's privy to ancient and arcane secrets, the likes of which I doubt you could even fathom, old friend.
Oh, my good man. Drink if you please.
Please do keep shouting in my ear.
Come now, Alistair. Surely you've met your match once or twice.
Ha! The closest I've come to my match is when I linger over long while lighting my pipe.
Oh, careful now. Your head's growing all swollen and saffrons, I dare say.
Whatever happened to that troop of eager imbeciles we sent to the northern cave?
Do I seem like the sort who concerns myself with such things?
You'll be concerned enough when you realize that reward money won't be lining your pockets.
Oh, my good man. Drink if you please.
Please do keep shouting in my ear.
Tell me, Alistair, have you ever had the fortune of challenging the fabled wizard of Hunter's Edge?
Fortune? Ha! He should be so lucky as to be defeated by Alistair the Great.
They say he's privy to ancient and arcane secrets, the likes of which I doubt you could even fathom, old friend.
Never saw you in the king crab before. You're welcome to scratch me behind the ears if you like. I won't scratch back.
Twice.
Ha! The closest I've come to my match is when I linger over long while lighting my pipe.
Oh, careful now. Your head's growing all swollen and saffrons, I dare say.
So you're just hanging around the inn, are you? Waiting for what, exactly?
Oh, thank you to leave me be.
I am Unsinkable Sam. At least that's what they call me around here. Used to be a ship's cat, but the clipper I was on sank, and I was the only one to wrestle himself free from the waves. The people here were a magnificent ship she was. Used to belong to a pirate, I was told. Unlike me, she didn't prove to be unsinkable, though. We hit the cliffs right neath the lighthouse. Not very apt a name for that building, I must say, for no light was shining from it. The moment I hit the water, I writhed around like I would on a hot tin roof. By some miracle, I managed to reach the beach, covered in kelp and smelling worse than a fish's funeral parlor. But I was alive, and that was more than anybody else could say. So I was. What friends I had. They drowned alongside the rats I used to hunt in the galley. And there I was, all alone. Not that I have it bad here, mind you. I've milk and fish aplenty. Most folks will pet me kindly, and when one of the village girls holds me tight against her ample bosom, I purr up a storm. But I do long for a companion of my own kind, and in that regard, there is no one like Maxine. Maxine, the mayor's darling pet. So gentle, so fair a feline. The grace of her whiskers, the subtle palette of dyes in her sable coat. She's one of a kind, that cat. She likes me. I know she does. But when I declare my love, she backs away. I don't know why. I've serenaded her and braved many a bucket of water for my efforts. But for some reason, she is not to be swayed. By all means. People make a fuss about them because they endanger the lands around the city. They never bother me when I'm out for my monthly walk, though. But still, I do detest them. I mean, they're so unnatural, aren't they? Cats can have 9 lives, but humans are only entitled to 1. Oh, don't mention orcs to me. Worse than dogs, that lot. Sank Walrus Willie's boat right from under him. Best anchovy fisher in the world he was. A loss to us all.
Do I seem like the sort who concerns myself with such things?
You'll be concerned enough when you realize that reward money won't be lining your pockets.
Tell me, Alistair, have you ever had the fortune of challenging the fabled wizard of Hunter's Edge?
Fortune? Ah, he should be so lucky as to be defeated by Alistair the Great.
They say he's privy to ancient...
So you're just hanging out. Heavenly herring! Delicious dogfish! Yours for a scrap of gold each! I'm
Grease my boot soles!
Restoration!
Sweet relief!
These skeletons are always mumbling about Brachus Rex. Is that a new type of cheese? They're always inventing new things over in Errata.
Healing right when you need it! I don't have the right tool for mining.
Devours.
You're like a gorilla in a porcelain store.
I play with fire! You get burned!
relief.
porcelain store.
Seven rinse this earth clean.
The Inferno devours me.
unbearable!
I'm dying.
I needed that.
That rooster thinks he's such hot stuff, posing for Jerome like that. Someone...
Well, what sort of arrows do you want? Freezing? Silver? Poison? Get to the point.
Heavenly herring!
better solution to the zombie problem.
On the mend! On the mend!
I'm on fire!
I've always been a cut above the rest.
Darling Arachnid, aid my plight! To welcome you!
Please assist me, friends! On the men!
I feel better already. On the mend.
An invigorating fight that was. And what a killing blow you delivered.
Cheers! Yes, I handled myself like the best of the best, even if I do say so myself.
No need for false...
A stitch in time, eh, my friends?
Things got pretty hairy there for a bit. I could feel the very Reaper breathing down my neck.
Don't you worry. As long as I'm there to heal you, you'll come to no harm.
Thank you. Several stabbed to the very heart of my enemy.
Time of your death is at hand! Darkness.
You say you will take me under your wing, but I see no feathers. Are you a child of the birds, as I am of the bears? And so the lonely babe was fed upon the wild mother's milk, and cast aside from humankind, he thrived among his mother's ilk. So says the saga of Threes. Do you know it? The wise godwolf Amira raised the child Threes among her litter. So you see, I have good company. Threes the wolfson, and I the bear daughter. In truth, this is a relief. Your world is made with rules I have not yet memorized. I am happy to have a friend in such a place.
So to the skin!
You see a shady-looking figure fishing coins of gold out of the muddy water that pools beneath the well overhead. His movements are quick and nervous, but nevertheless, he seems to enjoy stuffing what cash he can find into the many pockets of his shabby garb. So absorbed is he in his coin hoarding that at first he doesn't notice your presence. Suddenly, though, he pauses, looks up, and quick as a cat its talons, readies 2 daggers. The instant you mention your title, the man's eyes go wide. He ostentatiously sheathes his weapons and pulls a quill and a scrap of parchment out of one of his pockets. Dexterously, Mute. Can't speak. Tell truth now. You really a source hunter? Excitedly, the man turns over the scrap and pens a few more lines. Name's Woolgraf. I admire you. No hero like Source Hunter. Sysil, dead end. Please let me join you. Woolgraf nods enthusiastically and pulls a couple of ripped parchment pieces out from his vestments. Hastily, he covers them. Been mute since I was a kid. Sorcerers took my voice. People think I'm stupid. I'm not. Get money, food where I can. Steal if I must. Not from poor folks. I'm a good sneak, good fighter, good with locks. See things you don't. Want to help you. I'm useful. Want to catch sorcerers. Make 'em pay. Please. Woolgraf eagerly catches your gaze with the best puppy eyes imitation.
I could use someone with your specific type of expertise. Consider yourself hired.
Be welcome, Woolgraf.
Woolgraf smiles and shakes your hand in thanks. With a gesture of the arm, he seems to say, I'm...
Sweet relief.
You call to Woolgraf. He awaits your queries. With a simple nod, the rogue seems to say, shoot! Woolgraf sighs and pulls parchment parts out of his pockets. He opts for the largest. When I was a kid, friends and I used to play source hunters. Neighbour's dog was the sorcerer. One day, we saw strangers in the forest. They looked dodgy. Dark robes, big knives. Friends fled, but I followed them. They took a man into a cave, cut his throat, held him over a blue stone. Blood turned it into ruby. I warned the source hunters in the city, caught the cutthroats. Source hunters called me a hero. Bad guys were hung. I witnessed the hanging. Sorcerer spoke a spell before the trapdoor opened. I was mute, just like that. Always wanted to be a source hunter, but source hunters didn't want no mutiny order. Can't blame them. Too bad though, too bad.
Wolgraff frowns and signals you to hold on for an instant.
He begins to... Not easy being mute. Can't talk and folks think you're slow in the head. No one ever gave me work, though I'm good with my hands. Was poor, got hungry, got thirsty, stole stuff. Then got greedy, became a cat burglar. Told you, I'm good with my hands. Would have done honest work with them, given the chance, a long time ago. I ain't bitter about it, though. Like the rogue's life. Freedom. Unless the law gets you. Haven't yet. Too nimble. Too good. Born for it.
The rogue smiles broadly and dramatically produces the quill in question. He holds it aloft.
Saw a wizard once in the village up north. Hunter's Edge. Wizard had nifty things. Brooms that sweep by themselves. Big star viewer in the garden. Went into his house by night. Found quill by spellbooks. Kept it. Never needed ink no more. Hands used to be black as chimney sweeps. Clean now. Clean of ink, that is, not of thievery. Man's got to eat after all.
What a deluge.
According to his diary, this guy couldn't put down his dogs even after he knew them to be infected.
Who could bear to harm his best friends? Especially when they only showed signs but no symptoms of turning.
He who would let infected beasts spread their...
was that? Must be one of those skeletons. Must keep still. Mercy me. It walks, but it's not dead. I wasn't entirely certain I'd ever meet anyone any more fitting that description. The name's Wolfram, and it's a delight to make your acquaintance. Good to see, by the by, you don't belong to the Legion. 10 of their number accompanied me on a fact-finding mission to an ancient burial mound. Not that I reckon my chance is any higher, though, especially with that vicious undead mutt prowling the grounds around this here ruin. I'd go so far as to say I'm in dire need of an armed escort. I'm an archaeologist and connoisseur of the undead. Because of my expertise, Lieutenant Selenia, a commander of the Legion in Sicile, wanted me to investigate the ancient burial mound just outside of town. Hoping quite so. I live for the dead, so to speak. The combination of archaeology and a case of incidental necromantic magic is what sparked my interest in the field. Of course, I'll be glad to share what knowledge I have obtained over the years. Zombies are the results of vile necromancy in action. Among the resurrected dead, there are those who used to be wizards, and they can cast spells still. They slay their prey and bring them back as deathless thralls that, should you encounter these menaces, always try to pick them off from afar. Don't let them get close, or they'll riddle you with the poisons and the blight that afflict them. These ones in particular, the ones around Sicile, are the resurrected soldiers of Brachus, the last and most infamous in the line of sorcerer kings. He himself is supposed to be buried somewhere around here, but no one knows where the actual grave is. Long have I searched and deep have I dug, but so far I haven't found anything more spectacular than rusted weaponry and shards of pottery. Be that as it may, Brachus's soldiers stalk these lands anew, and they still fight like veterans. I told those fools of legionnaires to bring maces instead of swords. You know, weapons that crush these skeleton bones, not blades that may ricochet right off. Hell, even a so. And don't be surprised if the dead use an unusual amount of magic against you. These soldiers were loyal to a sorcerer king after all. I'll never make it back to Sicile alone. But you've gotten this far. You can bring me...
We certainly can. Let's...
Indeed. Don't you...
Marvelous. Mighty fine of you. Lead the way,
Wolgraf is all resolved now that a rescue mission is underway. Like a knight protector, he stands by the stranded archaeologist's side.
Your wilds are more dangerous than mine. But if you have sworn to protect this man, then I will swear it too.
You call to Wolgraf. He awaits your queries.
Another one for the collection.
Looks like that dog is awfully agitated.
Rest in Perhaps he
peace,
wants to tell us
darling.
something.
Hey, wow! I was wondering where that awesome sweaty boot smell was coming from. And here you are. Wow! I'm Murphy, Jake's dog. Wow, you smell great. Have you been rolling around on dead things all day? That's my favourite hobby too. You know who I miss? Jake. Sometimes he'd just sit there being awesome. And I'd give him this look like, you smell great. And he'd give me this look like, you do too, Murphy. And he was my best friend. I came here so I could smell Jake again. He smelled great. But whatever's buried there doesn't smell like Jake at all. No, it's definitely not Jake. He was awesome. If I ever find out who killed Jake,
the most awesome Jake who ever jaked. I'll bark so much! Seriously, so much! You have no idea! Woo!
Here lies Jake. Please do not disturb.
I smell rotten lamb chops.
What trickery is this?
Darling.
That's not Jake.
It's a rotting sheep's corpse. Oh, it seems someone snatched Jake's body.
Where are you? Are you here, Jake? Jake! I smell rotten
Rest in
lamb
peace,
chops.
darling.
Here lies Kavanagh. Will they have Sisal pie in the afterlife?
I smell...
Peace be with you, traveller. May your lost loved ones rest. I once lived a prosperous life with my husband and our happy little daughter, Loni. But when the undead plague broke out, my dear husband was among the first killed. Loni never recovered from the loss. And when a group of mercenaries, predators, more aptly called, came to town dangling the opportunity, she were killed less than a week after she joined. Here she lies, and here I stand, mourning the death of my last joy. Rest in peace, darling.
Here lies Gregory, whose wife told him so. Here lies Judith, warrior princess. Here lies Neil, killed in the line of duty. I want to go home.
Oh, it goes to and fro with the city's youth. They hustle and bustle, while I sit here stagnantly and watch it all go.
A good day to you.
Sheep's cheese, tomatoes. Ah, gracious patron, I see your tired eyes looking a bit teary. I've just the potion for that. Or would you prefer a toasty fire spell to dry those vapours?
If you could choose the finest greens!
Let us say
Dearest customer, I've never seen an aura so plagued by ether. Thank Astarte, I've just the earth scroll to ground you.
Join the Spud Club if you've got an eye for farm potatoes.
Any takers? Come on, you chickens! Aaron has as many friends as the man with many cheeses.
Let us see if you can choose the finest greens. Red and orange, yellow and green, the finest veggies size seals ever seen. Red and orange, yellow and green, the finest veggies size seals ever seen.
A good day to you.
Not in the mood for cheese. An excuse is more holes than a slice of this fine Aaron has as many friends as the man with
Ah, gracious patron, I see your tired eyes looking a bit teary. I've just the potion for that. Or would you prefer a toasty fire spell to dry those vapours?
Aaron has as many friends as the man with many cheeses.
Join the Spud Club if you've got an eye for farm potatoes.
Aaron has as many friends as the man with many cheeses.
Let us see if you can choose the finest greens.
Toe of snake, wing of worm, brew and spice of...
Here for your daily serving of veggies. Please partake of the...
Watch the undead quiver in their mouldy boots. Well, what sort of arrows do you want? Freezing? Silver? Poison? Get to the point.
Toe of snake, wing of worm, brew and spice of stir and churn. Let's see. Halibut, sheep's cheese, tomatoes.
On the move for cheese. Their excuse is more holes than a slice of this fine almond land.
Portions to bemuscle you, scrolls to entussle you. Fresh haddock, perfect for a fryer.
Aaron has as many friends as the man with many cheeses.
Let's see. Halibut, sheep's cheese, tomatoes.
Get it while it's fresh. This batch is only hours from the sea.
On the move for cheese. Their excuse is more holes than a slice of this fine almond land.
Portions to bemuscle you, scrolls to entussle you.
Aaron has as many friends as the man with many cheeses. On the move for cheese. Their excuse is more holes than a slice of this fine almond land.
Watch the undead quiver in their mouldy boots.
Well, hello there.
Ain't straight, ain't true. Arrows by the dozens.
Get it while it's fresh. This batch is only hours from the sea.
Let's see. Halibut, sheep's cheese, tomatoes.
Aaron has as many friends as the man with many cheeses. On the move for cheese. Their excuse is more holes than a slice of this fine almond land.
Let's see. Halibut, sheep's cheese, tomatoes.
Made a big cheese on your block with a wheel of the good stuff.
Fresh haddock, perfect for a fryer.
No better solution to the zombie problem than a set of silver arrows.
Aaron has as many friends as the man with many cheeses.
Let us see if you can choose the finest greens.
Lonesome, spiritless. Perhaps wrestling an earth elemental will inject some vim into your routine.
Aaron has as many friends as the man with many cheeses.
Let us see if you can choose the finest greens.
Any takers? Come on, you chickens!
Well, hello there.
Watch the undead quiver in their mouldy boots.
Let's see. Halibut, sheep's cheese, tomatoes.
Red and orange, yellow and green, the finest veggies size seals ever seen.
Let's
Join the Spud Club if you've got an eye for farm potatoes.
Let's see. Halibut, sheep's cheese, tomatoes.
Toe of snake, wing of worm, brew and spice and stir and churn.
Aaron has as many friends as the man with many cheeses.
Aim straight, aim true. cousins.
Aaron has as many friends as the man with many cheeses.
Heavenly herring, delicious dogfish, yours for a scrap of gold each.
Let's see. Halibut, sheep's cheese, tomatoes.
Join the Spud Club if you've got an eye for farm potatoes.
Well, hello there.
Get it while it's fresh. This batch is only hours from the sea.
Aaron has as many friends as the man with
What
many
are ye staring at?
Lonesome, spiritless.
Captain Jack's the name, though the title may be a little generous at the moment. My crew ran off, and I can't find enough hearty souls to look. Those scallywags heard there be silver in the Lacula mines, and they abandoned ship like the lily-livered turkeys they are. Some poor chaps lost their ship and want some work. Just send 'em to me, and tell 'em there's a bit of coin and a lot of rum coming their way. Ever hear about the time the captain took the Duchess of Feddle's carriage for the joyride?
No, it ain't. He's driving straight to the power plant.
Have you found us a job yet? We'll take anything. Really? Well, we were merchants what seems like a moment ago. We've asked, so there's a captain offering booze and brass for a bit of crate loading. Gods be praised. You've done it, friend. Off we go.
Loves him.
I wouldn't let it all within 500 yards of my lovely nature.
Ever hear about the time the captain took the Duchess of Feddle's carriage for the joyride?
Steady, boys, steady. We'll be leaving as soon as we're packed up.
Are you the captain who's looking for some fresh blood for your crew?
By the siren song am I am. You boys willing to earn your day's pay?
Yes, Captain.
Ho ho, let's get to it then.
friends as the man with many cheeses.
Slain the big king.
Our hero, through and through.
And the water in it.
Hey, a nickel.
It's
Come
good
on,
to be
you
employed.
rats! Hop to it!
Hey, a nickel.
Hey, a nickel.
Hey, a nickel!
Oh, it's good to be employed.
My hope dashed and restored one right after the other. Thanks.
Oh, it's good to be
water,
employed.
innit? Get to boy every blowfish in the blue. These are some scallywags.
Hey, a nickel!
Oh, it's good to be employed.
You, again. Oh, still not finished with that sorry matter? It was stolen? Gods, what a fool that Roberts is. Taking a bribe in beleaguered old Scythiel. Ah, he has a lot to answer for, but not as much as the one that did the bribing in the first place. Guess your mission is pretty clear, isn't it? Off you go to find this munificent body snatcher. You suspect the mayor? Dear me, you couldn't be further from the mark if you lay the blame on a paraplegic cow. The man raised a foundling orc out of the goodness of his heart, you dolt. A murder indeed. Evelyn? Master Theriron's apprentice? Nice lass, huh? Brewed me a potion once that cured me of a rash more bothersome than a badger down your breeches. No, she doesn't seem like the type to play hide-and-seek with stiffs to me. You dare stand here and accuse me of involvement in this sordid affair? You dare accuse a captain of the Legion? Get out! Out! Before I have my men erect a gallows and string up a sauce pinata! Attention! About beasts! To the barracks! March! Recruits!
That was sloppier than Sicilian stew. Again!
Attention! About face! To the barracks!
These gates are to remain closed at all times. Well, I'll be a little red imp's uncle, the Source Hunter. Sorry for the gruff treatment. I didn't recognize you right away. Please tell me, how can I aid the investigation? You can see security's tighter than ever around here since that surprise attack the Orcs put on a fortnight ago. They did enough damage to shake up Ahu and Captain Aureus something fierce. We can only hope to hold back the undead and these left-field Orc attacks long enough for reinforcements to arrive. You don't look like you're quite ready to head out into the wilds to me. You may have the right number of champions in your party, yet in experience, I think you're lacking. Of course, the choice is yours, but are you sure you want to venture out? I certainly hope you know what you're doing, Source Hunter. Right, open her up, Legionnaires.
The Sicilians retreated from this battle, but what about the Orcs?
Either they've taken to the sea or set up an encampment in yonder caves. Keep your weapon at the ready.
I'd pour out the whole pipe for you if I could, brother. Away with your weapons! Away! Leave 'em. I don't want to fight. I ain't after no fancy stone. I just want to bury these bodies the traditional way. Listen. Oh, he was such a dear lad, he was. We wanted to see the world, but we saw next to nothing before he was called to serve the old mother in the afterlife. In our village, oh, poor Oggy will never see her again. Tradition goes that a warrior should be buried with his best armor so he can defend himself in the afterlife. There weren't so many spoils after the battle, but I managed to give old Oggy the best set. A proud send-off for a proud soldier.
This Orc is obviously bereft. We may risk missing out on that armor set, but we've got to leave him be.
Agreed.
Don't think I didn't see that twinkle in your eye when I spoke of the armor, small bones. But I thank you for leaving my brother to rest in peace. Don't play dumb with me, small bones. You know as well as I that your little city here won't be rid of us Orcs till my kind gets that fancy schmancy bloodstone you got in yonder cove. In our hometown, we honour the dead by decorating their graves with whatever materials we have. In this case, it's wood. They look rather fetching, don't they? I'll keep you proud.
We should be careful not to accidentally disturb any graves.
You made a promise to an Orc after all.
Wargraf spotted something.
Yes,
Wargraf draws your attention and points out several inconspicuous little elevations in the sand. Hidden explosives?
I am on the trail, Source Hunter.
Wargraf spotted something.
Oh, hello! What have we here? An adventurer, I judge, by the world-weary look of your weapon, and a noble by the wonderfully deep pockets clipped to your belt. What luck! What luck! Charla is my name, good friend. I came to this second life some time ago. Some years? Years it must be. Or perhaps not. In any case, it has been time well spent hunting out magnificent goods and selling them to interested parties. So many wonderful artifacts I've found, so many precious relics I'd be so happy to rehome to a trusted buyer. Have a look by all means. You'll find every make and kind of impressive accessories, but you'll also find certain very rare relics too. You look like just the sort of self-starter to appreciate what I mean. Weapons, 4 of them, that the intrepid adventurer can improve and upgrade as he travels if he finds the right pieces. See them? See them? Judge for yourself. Goodbye then, good friend. Goodbye. That is, unless you fancy a glance at some of my wonderful goods.
footprints are enormous.
Watch out. Orcs that large think with their clubs, not their heads.
Oh, Charlotte. In any case, so many. Have a look. You look. Goodbye then, good friend. Goodbye. That is, unless you fancy a glance at some of my wonderful goods.
Into the fray once more.
Yes, good friend. I'm quite busy finding for the moment, but if there's something you'd like to buy, I could set all that aside for a few delicious moments. Goodbye then, good...
These footprints are enormous.
Watch out. Orcs that large think with their clubs, not their heads.
Good luck out there, Hunter. Evil lurks beyond sight.
How can the Legion serve you today, Source Hunter? You don't look like you're quite ready to head out into the undead-infested wilds to me. You may have the right number of champions in your party, yet in experience I think you are most probable. I sincerely hope you know what...
Without aid, I will expire soon!
Rest in peace, darling.
And hit! And hit! I need another chance!
Nothing short of incendiary.
Meet your demise!
Into the fray once more.
Rest in peace, darling.
Chaos grips my hands today.